morning, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. I hope you all are doing well. Let me know what you guys have planned for today. If you are going to be productive, if you're going to be reading, what you're going to be reading, or what you're going to be being productive with. I, as usual, have some meal prepping that I need to do today and some just housekeeping items that I need to get rid of, or not get rid of, get done. I wish I could get rid of them. Oh, hello, Andrew. I have a cat circling my chair, so we may or may not get a visit from Andy. We'll see if he decides to jump up here. I am going to be reading The Tapestry of Fate by, I almost said by Amina Al-Sarafi, but by Shannon Chakraborty. Oh, here he is. Can you say hello? And then get out of the line of the camera. Come here. Get on my lap. Come on. Come on. I hope you all had a lovely 4th. For those of you who celebrated the 4th of July, I know that we have some people in the audience who are not from the United States. But for those of you who are, I hope you had an enjoyable evening and a safe evening, I should say, as well. Andy is being a little, I don't want to say clingy, like he's not scared of fireworks, but I think it just, I don't know, it makes him act a little bit different, slightly different. He could care less about whatever's going on outside. But I think like he's been running around the house like a madman this morning. And so I think it has something to do with that, but it could just be that he's being crazy. Anyway, with the Tapestry of Fate, with Amina Al-Sarafi, I'm excited to be back in this world again. I am, I think I'm at page 160. Let's see. Yeah, 160. I just got to chapter 13. So I'm a little ways in, if you guys can see my bookmark. And I am listening to audio. So I have the audiobook and then I also have the physical copy. So I'm immersive reading it sometimes, physically reading it sometimes. But most of the progress that I've made has been on audio. So that has been fun. But yeah, I need to do some recording today as well with the 4th of July happening. My neighborhood always goes kind of crazy during this holiday, and yesterday and the day before it was very loud pretty much all day, and that's not the best recording environment. So I have not recorded my video for this week, or like I have a couple of videos in mind I could batch record, so hopefully I can get some of that done today as well, but I don't know that I'll get that done during sprints. So lots of things that I could be doing. And then, of course, we have our mystery prompt that will be announced in the second chatty bit. Let's see who all's here, though. Good morning, Hillary. Hello, Isra. And Tennille is here. Hello. I'm reading Tapestry of Fate, and I am excited about it as well. I was a little hesitant at first to pick it up because I haven't read Amina in quite some time. And I do think that there are reminders in this book about what happens in the first. But I do still think I'm missing some of the context. I still think I'm fine. Like I understand what's happening in this story, but there are a few things, especially in the beginning of this book, that I was like, I don't remember that from the last story. Tennille's working on meal prep and chores. Hillary will be reading Feybound by, is it Sarah Al-Arifi? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. At 42%, lovely. Anna is here. Hello, good morning. And yes, Andy says hello, everyone. Luisina is here. Hello, welcome. Bethany, halfway through The Last Argument of Kings. Okay, so this is a Joe Abercrombie, right? Last Argument of Kings. Is that right? And that's the third. Okay. The third in the First Law trilogy. I hope you're enjoying it, Bethany. I really enjoyed the First Law. I need to reread that, but I also need to continue on with the series. I keep telling myself that I'm going to pick up Esther Cold, and I keep not doing it. Tennille has 4 books on the go, but at least 1 and maybe 2 will be finished today. Lovely. The Grace of Kings, Grave Peril, The Quantum Curators, and Lady Trent 5. Okay, so Lady Trent 5, does that mean you're done? Yeah, there's 5 books in that series, right? Are you enjoying the last one? I thought the last one was it seemed to pivot a little bit that I wasn't expecting. I did enjoy it, but it wasn't my favorite, but I did enjoy it. I thought it was an interesting twist on what had been happening in the rest of the series. I don't know how far you're in on that one though. Did you enjoy the Grace of Kings? I was really sad that that one didn't work for me, but I hope you love it. I love the covers. Every time I see the books in the bookstore, I'm like, man, I wish I loved those books just so I could have them on my shelves. Bethany has some laundry to do. Yeah, I haven't done that this weekend either, so I should probably look at that. Anna reading Cleopatra and Frankenstein, almost done with it. I love the cover to that book as well. I haven't read it, and I think I've heard mixed reviews. So, are you enjoying it? Good evening, Rachel. Got to halfway through on the calculation of volume 4, right? Yeah. Roman numerals, have to think. I'm here just for the chat and then sleep. Oh, I'm loving that you stopped by at least to chat for just a little bit. But yes, I know it's super late for you, so I hope you have a good night's sleep. And I hope you're enjoying on the calculation of volume 4. I've never heard of that, but I hope you're enjoying it. Bethany, I think fireworks stressed my cats out. I think that it's just for him, because he really, like, whenever the fireworks were going off last night, he was like sleeping on the couch next to me. I just think it's a different, like, he just, it's like almost maybe he's more aware and more excitable. So maybe that's a portion of stress as well, that he's kind of holding it in. But I don't know. He has been running around this morning like crazy. So now my dog, on the other hand, is like super stressed about the whole situation. He does not like fireworks at all. But Andy doesn't seem to care. Let's see, where was I? Tennille, the Tapestry of Fate is on your Libby Holds list. I hope you get it soon. Hello, Danny. Welcome. Israel will be continuing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hope you're enjoying it. Ooh, Lucina, I'm reading Sabriel. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, by Garth Nix. I've never read that, but I've heard good things about it. Enjoying it so far. Hello, Anne. Welcome. Working on the last Blackwater novella and digging into my Infinite Shores buddy read. I feel like I've heard of that, but I'm not picturing the title while I blind myself because Goodreads doesn't have a dark mode. Oh, is that right? It's the Drowned Gods series. What is the first book in the series? I don't know. I feel like I've heard of that, but I don't recognize the covers. I hope you're enjoying. Bethany's enjoying the first law. Good. I'm glad. It's so different. I don't know if you've read The.Dabbles by Joe Abercrombie, but it's very different in tone. I was a little shocked when I read The.Dabbles after reading the first law, because it's very different. Rachel adored that series when I was younger. I need to do a reread at some point. I love that. Hello, Carpe Demon. Good morning. Have 50 pages left in the Stardust Grail. Oh my goodness. Are you enjoying it? I enjoy Yumi Kitase. Anything, I will read anything that she puts out from this point forward. Let's see. Purple Owl, good morning. Tennille doing a buddy read with a couple of people for Lady Trent 5. Okay, we just started yesterday. You'll have to let me know what you think of the last book and some things that happen. Jealous of the Tapestry of Fate read. I hope you get to it soon, and it really has been, it's been fun to be back with Amina, especially. But there are some other characters as well that we get to be with again that I've really enjoyed. So we have just got to a part in the book where I'm like, there are things that are happening that I'm a little concerned about. So I'm hoping that our girl Amina will stay safe, but we shall see. Reading The Unicorn Hunters, about halfway through. Hope to finish it today. What do you think? I've heard great things, and I am curious for sure. Tennille, I'm doing okay with The Grace of Kings, in that I'm enjoying listening, but it's written very differently than other epic fantasy, so I don't know what to or what I'm supposed to be focusing on and remembering than the characters and the world building. I can see that. I didn't like so the writing style as far as like I really enjoyed when we would zoom in on a character and get kind of more specifics about them. But then when we would like zoom out and focus more on like global conflict, I just kind of got bored with it. And so yeah, I it just ended up not being for me and I didn't continue the series. Danny's almost halfway through The Reformatory. I hope you're enjoying it. I started that one and I couldn't get into it. I think it was the tone, maybe. And I could have just been I wasn't in the mood either, because that is horror, if I remember, if I'm thinking of the right book. And I do have to be in the right mood. Oh, it's your first key to say, but I'm really enjoying it. Oh, I love that. I think that one's my favorite of the ones that I've read so far. So I've read The Stardust Grail, I've read Salt Crop, and oh, it was one of her first books and it got a lot of praise. What was it? The Deep Sky. I've read The Deep Sky. Is that how many books has she published? Let's see. Okay, she has more. Those are just the three that I've read. So yeah, The Deep Sky, The Stardust Grail, and Salt Crop. And I think my ordering right now, as far as enjoyment, I really, really loved The Stardust Grail. I enjoyed Salt Crop, and I enjoyed The Deep Sky as well. I just think that with The Deep Sky, there were portions of it, because it's a sci-fi mystery, there were portions of it that made it feel a little thrillery to me, and I don't enjoy thrillers. It did get back to the mystery components, and so it didn't do it too often, but I was a little disappointed with that, with the Deep Sky. Um, but I really enjoy her writing and the things that she focuses on, like the themes in her stories, I just think are fantastic. So, well, you have so many more options to choose from, a backlist if you're enjoying the Stardust Grail. I'm excited for you. The Old Kingdom series is so good. My favorites were Laurel and Abhorsen, maybe? Is this the Sabriel? I know I'm not pronouncing that right. By Garth Nix. I think that's the Old Kingdom series, if I remember correctly. Yes. I have not read any of that. The only Garth Nix that I've read is the Left-Handed Booksellers of London. Is that the title? And I enjoyed it, and then I didn't continue because I know there's a second book out now. And I don't know that I will. I think I kind of was okay with just the first. I think part of because I did start the second one and I ended up DNFing it. I don't remember why. It was a long time ago, but um I think that urban fantasy, I really have to be in a specific mood to read. It's not my favorite setting. Civilian, hello. I'll be listening to The Dragon Behind the Glass by Emily, is it Vogt? Nonfiction book. I think it's a memoir style, which would be my first of that subgenre. Lovely. I love the title, Dragon Behind the Glass. I hope you enjoy it. The Unicorn Hunters was a little difficult to get into at first, but after the first couple chapters, getting used to the writing style, I can't put it down. Oh, that's exciting. And I'm reading the Fairy Loot edition, which I found out has like thousands of extra words because the author changed the story a little bit. Thousands of extra words? That's not a little bit. I hope the changes are for the better. Why just for is it just for the Fairy Loot edition, or did the Fairy Loot edition get published after like in everything published now will have like the new words in it? Interesting. That's very strange. It's exciting though that you have like the really pretty edition because Fairy Loot always comes out with some beautiful editions of books. Well, friends, we are at perfect timing. We're at 9:15 or 9:15 my time, I suppose I should say, to get into our first sprint. Anne says, I think unicorns are creepy. Yes, weird, I know how prominent they are. Uh, Such good review. It does have really good reviews. And I don't think that you're unjustified in thinking that unicorns are creepy because they have been featured in, I think, quite a few horror stories or like ghost stories as well. So I don't think that that's unjustified. I don't think you're alone in that. But yes, we're gonna get into a sprint. I'm gonna go off and get some meal prepping done. I hope you guys have get some productivity done or just sit down and read, take care of yourselves. I'm gonna get some water because I can feel like a frog in my throat. And for those of you who have to leave us to go and sleep, I hope you have a good night's sleep. But yeah, I will see you guys in an hour. Go get some stuff done. Hello, and welcome back from our first sprint. Let me know how you guys did, what you got up to. Before we start talking about and catching up on how that sprint went for everybody, I do want to announce the next mystery prompt. For those of you who are participating in the summer saunter, the mystery prompts are the blistering bonus. And so they are a way to get a bonus if you would like. With easy mode being lifestyle prompts and medium mode being book prompts. Hard mode is just to connect the two. And you can't leave any of them out, so you have to use all 10 prompts and connect one medium prompt to one easy mode prompt. And then for the blistering bonus, I am going to be giving you guys the connector. So you have to specifically connect them in the way that I am telling you to connect them. And so for the second blistering bonus prompt, what I'm going to have you guys do is connect the sun on the cover for the medium mode prompt and the summer playlist on the easy mode prompt. And how you're going to connect them is, instead of creating just a summer playlist as normal, like summer vibes, I want you to create a playlist specifically for the book that you are reading. So whatever book you choose that has a sun on the cover, you have to then think of songs that depict either different scenes within the book or the vibes of the book. Make it like I would say at least 5 songs to depict the story that you've read. I think it'll be fun. And I would love to see like what you guys come up with, what songs you think represent each book. Because that's, I don't know, I just think it's a fun connection. So I would love to see all of the playlists that you've created, what songs you've connected to what book in the Discord if you guys are going to do this bonus prompt. So that sprint, I was productive. I've been doing my own trail mix. Like I essentially just get all of the ingredients to make trail mix. And in mine, I put cashews and pecans, chocolate covered almonds, sesame sticks, and cranberries, dried cranberries, and kind of mix them together. I also threw some pumpkin seeds in just because I had them. They're not a normal ingredient that I throw in, but so made some snack bags for us throughout the week. And then I also am almost finished making my bean salad lunches that I love. And so I have, I think, one ingredient I still need to add, and then I'll have to like pack them up. I am kind of bummed. So I was going to make, I don't remember what it's called. It's a Mexican breakfast dish that has like fried eggs and beans and enchilada sauce, and it's essentially supposed to be scoopable. So I have some corn tortillas that I was going to make for lunch today. But I bought the wrong enchilada sauce. I was supposed to get red enchilada sauce, and I got green enchilada sauce. And I don't know if it's going to be the same. So I'm debating on whether or not I need to change the recipe and figure out something else I can make with the ingredients. But I'm kind of bummed because I was really excited about, you essentially just put everything in one pan. You cook the black beans, add the enchilada sauce with some seasonings, and then on top of that you add like a queso fresco cheese with some jalapenos and some fresh cilantro and maybe a few like sliced red onions, and then you put eggs on top of it, like whole eggs, and steam them. So you put the lid on top of them for like 10 to 12 minutes, and then you just scoop with corn tortillas to make like a little meal. And I was excited about it, and now I don't know what I want to do. So anyway, I also got to page 184 in the Tapestry of Fate. I ended up re-listening within this book. I'm not going to say too much because I know that there are some of you who are still waiting to get your copy. But within the story, get your butt down. Hey, come here. Come here. He just hit the camera with his tail because he's flicking it. Little turd. I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, in the story, there are some interludes that are very interesting, that are essentially stories that are being told to you. and I've enjoyed that quite a bit. But I ended up re-listening to one of them because I wanted to make sure I had all the details correct in my head. So that's why I only got 24 pages done. Not that anyone is counting, but apparently I am. Andy says hello, even though he's being kind of cranky currently. He's not loving the fact that I'm not on the couch. I was off on Friday and he has thoroughly enjoyed just like, he doesn't lay on me when I'm on the couch. He literally lays on the cushion next to me, but I think he can get a little bit more comfy in that room than he can in this chair that I have. I need to get him a bed actually and put it on my desk and see if he would use it. I don't know if he would though, because he does seem to want to be on me when he's in this room. But anyway, let's see what you guys got up to. Jen joined us. Good morning, Jen. Hope you are well and having a good day too. Tennille, that sprint started okay. Oh no, and then it went sideways. I finished meal prep, batch 1, cooling now, started meal prep 2. Then your work phone started going off. Oh no. Normally I leave it on the weekends unless there's an urgent call. Turns out your mom had accidentally sent a bunch of pictures and a new group chat. Oh no, to your work phone last night and this morning by accident instead of my personal phone. But then I didn't respond because I don't check it on the weekends. So then she was texting me constantly because, oh, she was worried that you might have died. Oh my God, Tennille. I'm so sorry. That took a morbid turn. Well, I'm glad that you know now and can hopefully message her back so she doesn't have that concern. Oh, that's awful. Um, I I'm glad that I don't have both, like a work phone and a personal phone, but it does have its, downfalls as well because people have my personal phone number. But that sucks. That it's just, just an honest mix up ends up causing a little bit of concern and worry. I hope that you've gotten to catch up with her. Lucina read 2 chapters and chatted with your mom. And I read Fun Home, but have yet to watch the adaptation. Oh, so you're doing the first blistering bonus prompt? I've never heard of Fun Home. Is that what genre of book is that? And listening to Blackwater, The Rain, and crocheting. I have about 3 hours left, and I'm planning to finish this morning. Lovely. I'll dig into Infinite Shores Buddy Read this afternoon. Amazing. Hillary made lunch and read about 20 pages. Isra had to work. Hopefully, I get to read the next sprint. I'll cross my fingers with you. The secret prom sounds fun. I'm really excited to see what you guys all come up with. I think it's going to be fun. Yes, so that is what it is, Ian. Hervos Rancheros. I think that looks familiar, so I'm pretty sure that that's what it is called. And I was really excited about it. If any of you have made that, do you think it could be made with green enchilada sauce? I feel like they have different tastes or different flavors. I don't have both enchilada sauces frequently, so maybe they are similar enough that I would still be okay, but I don't know. I also don't want to make a meal and then it'd be like, ooh, this is not edible. Page 232 out of 488. Lovely. Love to see a slightly chunky book. Oop, you went down. Okay. Side note, love the US covers the Amita books so much. They're way more fun. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna look up the UK covers because usually I feel like it's the other way around. But I do love the Amina covers, both of them. I think they're stunning. But I haven't looked at the UK ones, so let me see. Oh yeah, are they the ones that it's like the black background with just like a pattern and like waves? There's a little crab at the bottom. Is that what is this? Does it say that this is the UK cover? I think that's got to be it because those are the only ones, the only extra ones that are on here on this list. Yeah, I think I agree. I like ours better. Which is it's usually not the case. So we got lucky with these. I just love, let me not blind myself anymore. I do love these. I just think that they're very pretty. I haven't looked to see if there's anything under the dust jacket. No, it's just, but it does match the colors on the covers. I do love though they're very vibrant. I think Amina is a little bit brighter than this, but I think that they have like the contrasting colors too are very pretty. I think they're well done. I enjoy them quite a bit as well. Oh, I think my comments jumped. Bethany finished The Big Duel and switched to my audiobook to fold the laundry, listening to Shield of Sparrows to get ready for the next one. Lovely. So I'm assuming the next one comes out this year? Because Shield of Sparrows came out last year, right? Am I thinking of the right book? I also think Andy like hit my camera and made it tilt. I'm pretty sure Shield of Sparrows came out last year, if I remember correctly. Okay, texted her back from my work phone to let her know, and then asked her to text my personal phone. Responded to her from my personal phone more. She wants to give me some strawberries from the U-Pick, and she shared photos from her vacation as she went to see a Blue Jays game. Amazing. I'm glad you guys got to catch up. And hopefully she, has no more concern, because that is worrisome when you can't get a hold of somebody. Lucina, it's a memoir graphic novel. The adaptation is a Broadway musical, but there is an official recording of it. Well, that sounds lovely. Carpe Demon, you loved the Stardust Grail. Yay! I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. I need to reread it. It's been on my list of possible rereads for a minute. I need to get back to it. It's Allison Bechdel's from the Bechdel Test memoir about her childhood. Interesting. I've read, the only graphic novel memoir that I've read was by, I'm not going to remember his name. He was George Takei. Haha, I got there. So George Takei has a graphic novel memoir. And I did enjoy it. It's heartbreaking, but I did enjoy it. Let's see. The UK ones, they are pretty as well. I do like the UK ones as well. I think I prefer, because the other ones have like a black background. I think I prefer like the vibrant colors, which is odd to say because I feel like a lot of my books have more like muted tones, and maybe that's why I prefer the bright ones, because it's just different than what I'm used to. Jen the Musical, Fun Home was great. For sure recommend. Good. I hope Lucina has fun with it then. Okay, Isra confirmed. So those are the ones. UK ones are stylized on Islamic art. Oh, interesting. I just love the illustrations on the US ones and the colors. Yeah, I agree. Ian likes the UK covers better. I love how like sometimes I do find that most of the time I do enjoy the UK covers more. Like I think I like the UK covers for the Tainted Cup better than I like the ones for the US, even though I like the ones for the US. But it is interesting to see like the different styles that come with being in a different country or being published in a different country. Sorry, I have Andy Foof on me. Bad about getting around to watching things. Same. I feel like I have to like force myself. Other than I have been getting into like watching episodes of Taskmaster, which I've had fun with, but most of the time I do struggle to like sit down and watch movies and adaptations and things. I have to like make a plan in my head that I'm going to do it on a specific day. I love both covers for the Amina books. I have yet to read them though. Do you enjoy seafaring books though, Louisina? Not that all of them they're not always on the sea, but they definitely have stretches. I know that can be a turnoff for some people. Bethany, it is out. My hold is suspended, but I'm first in line for the audio. Fun! Jen just finished Provenance, the first standalone in the Ratch universe. A 4-star. It starts shortly after the end of the trilogy, but in a non-Ratch system. and it's much more lighthearted. Well, that's good to know, to give you like a little bit of a reprieve from the first trilogy. I did. I don't know if you saw. Actually, I think you did because I'm pretty sure you commented on the video. I did put the Ancillary Sword on my July TBR, so I do want to continue with that series. I've been telling myself I want to continue it since I've read the first one, and it is. I think I have a 2 week wait on Libby, so fingers crossed. And then I need to make a plan to read the what is it, Ancillary Mercy, so I can check that series off my list and get to, because I think there was one that was published this year too, right? Is Radiant Star, is that the one that was published this year? Is it part of the Ratch universe? I'm just excited that there's another like, and I know that there are a ton of books that do this, but that there's a universe out there that I can like dive into, and there's so many backlist books that I can pick up. I really enjoyed that about the Cosmere, about how there are so many books that you can read that have connections to the Cosmere. I think it's very fun. Lucina, okay, George Takei's graphic memoir is wonderful. I'm glad that you've read it. Hello, Ro. Welcome. Tennille, definitely don't like the UK Bat Eater cover better, but I do like the UK, or a lot of the UK covers. Interesting. Okay, now you got me curious. The Bat Eater. Because I feel like ours is very dark, which I mean, I think it matches the scene. Oh, it's a spray bottle. Interesting. I have not read this book, so I don't know exactly what it's about, but interesting. Yeah, and it's bright. I think I prefer the US cover for that as well. That's weird. Hmm. I'm assuming the spray bottle has something to do with what's in the story, but hmm, I did not know they were that different. I really recommend Margins. Strappus. You're getting me with the name, Jen. As a graphic novel, it's also autobiographical. As she grew up. Oh, if you guys hear fireworks, there are still people in our neighborhood. They're just setting them off. As she grew up in a time of the Iran Revolution in the 70s. Interesting. I don't read a ton of memoirs, but I do find the graphic novels. I just I like both, like as far as the ones that I have read, because in novel format, I've read two that come to mind are like Trevor Noah's memoir, and then um, I don't remember her name, the girl who played iCarly, but she wrote "I'm Glad My Mom Died." Those are the two that I've read recently in novel format. But I do find the graphic novel ones interesting. I think it's a unique way of telling your story and being able to express things differently than in novel format. So I am drawn to them a little bit. Lucy and I mainly just watch stuff with the library these days. Yeah, in the watch parties and stuff. That's fun. Okay, you don't mind sea books. The Little Oh, The Little Mermaid was your favorite movie as a kid, so there's something there. I love that. Jen, can't wait to hear what you think. I think I'm gonna love it. I'm excited to get back to Breck. Okay, Radiant Star is as well inside the Ratch universe. Decided to just keep on reading through all of Lucky's books chronologically. Raven Tower's next on the list. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited! I just bought the Raven Tower actually. I found it in a Barnes and Noble. I like had to go and get my car worked on, and so I was in a different town, and they have a larger Barnes and Noble, and so I went there and I found the Raven Tower and was like, well, this is coming home with me. I also purchased Empire of Exiles at that same Barnes and Noble, which I've never seen. I mean, obviously, I knew that it was printed, but I had never seen it in a bookstore before, and so I was very excited that I just reread it, and I'm reading the sequel now. But I was excited to see the Raven Tower. I hope you love it. It's definitely different than the tone but I feel like the storytelling components are very similar. Like I feel like you could still tell that it's written by the same author. But I hope you love it. I really like the second person perspective. I think that that's just something I think since I don't see it very often, I think that it makes me happy whenever I do get to it. It bothers my husband when I listen to them on audio because when the book is talking to you, he's actually stopped me before and he's like, "Is that book in second person?" I'm like, "Yep." He's like, "I don't like it." I'm like, well, it's not for everybody." Well, friends, we are at the end of the comments and ready for the next sprint. So I am going to go off once again. I'm going to make some, um, yeah, I think I'm going to make some lunch. I'm going to have an early lunch. Um, I don't know, maybe try and make my concoction. We'll see if it works out. Uh, and then finish making my lunches for the week. So, and I think I need to make some Korean beef. I think is going to be my one of my meal prepped meals this week. So I could make the beef, or I could at least get it thawing because the hamburger is not currently thawed. So that might be on my to-do list. Let's see. I also have said that I need to do some housekeeping things and I haven't done anything there, so I might do some of that as well. Tennille, I want to read the Relics of Ruin soon, but also I've had Under Heaven on my TBR for years. A friend lent it to me because she wants me to read it, and I've been dragging my feet. I think it's likely too historical for you, but it's time to force myself to make a go of it. I haven't heard of that, Under Heaven. I hope it surprises you and works out for you, but if not. Uh, Jen says that's historical in all kinds of ways, historical and vintage. Interesting. Okay. Under Heaven. Should I know this book? I don't know that this is the right one. You have to tell me the author to make sure I pick the right one because there's a lot that have that. Absolutely, Jen. It's me dragging my feet. Yeah, let me know the author and I'll look it up during the sprint. But let's go off, get some things done, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to that sprint. I finished my lunches for the week, so those are all meal prepped, and realized that the meal I was trying to make, I was not only missing enchilada sauce or the correct enchilada sauce, I was also missing a can of beans. So it didn't make that. But I did end up making myself like a deli meat sandwich. It had some chips, some grapes, and some hummus for lunch. Then got some vacuuming done around the house. I scared the crap out of Andy. I don't know where he is. I didn't realize he was hiding behind the curtain in here, and he hates the vacuum. So I brought it in here, and he disappeared shortly after. I saw him running down the hallway, but I don't know where he went. So I did make it to 208, so page 208. I'm almost halfway, a little bit less than halfway through Tapestry of Fate. And I'm intrigued with what's happening. I definitely I'm not saying I didn't expect this out of the story, but there's the storytelling component, like the interludes that we get throughout the story, are very intriguing. So that's very fun. And yeah, I think in the next sprint, I probably will continue to do some tidying up around the house because I just feel things are cluttered. And so I need to declutter some things. I'm thawing some hamburgers, so I might make some Korean beef for meals this week in the interim because it doesn't take very long. So lots of things still to do. I haven't even considered recording, which I told you guys I need to do as well. That might be an evening task, but we'll see. We'll see what I can get done. Let's see. The author that we were talking about right before break, and this was the author for Under Heaven, is Guy Gavriel Kay. And I feel as though that author is one I should know. Yes, and it's because of, is it Tigana? I think this is the one that a lot of people have recommended me. I'm pretty sure it's Tigana. And then is this also the same author of, there's a book that has the word dart in maybe this isn't it though. Is it Kashiel's Dart? Is that what it is? Well, you are back. Apparently I didn't scare you that much. I don't remember the title, but there's another title, but I don't see it in his backlist on Goodreads. Oh, this is also the author of All the Seas of the World, which I've heard good things about. I feel like this is an author I should give a try. I just have not read from them yet. You guys are just staring at an image of Andy. And they don't want to see your butt. Can you get down? It's deemed safe now. The vacuum has been unplugged from the wall. Yeah. But anyway, he's definitely an author that I would like to give a try. But I'm pretty sure Tigana is the one that was recommended to me the most. That was at least the one that I recognized the cover. Ashley is here. Good morning. Jeff just DNF'd Don Quixote and trying to pick up a new read. What caused you to DNF it, if you don't mind sharing? I have never read Don Quixote. I've heard that it's supposed to be funny, but I also know that it's quite chonky. It's never intrigued me. So Hillary made it to 52% in Feybound. Lovely. Carpe Demon, that was a chore sprint. Laundry, dishes, made the beds, took a shower. Now starting Asher by Louisa Masters for a fun monster romance break. That sounds fun. Anne has 2 hours left in Blackwater. All the horror setup is starting to pay off. So creepy. Ah! I love it when that starts happening and you're like, ooh, like you kind of get to like settle in. It's fun. Bethany took a shower, ate, making lunch for my kids now. Well, that didn't last long. He decided he didn't want to sit here anymore. Tennille Meal Prep 2 is almost done. Started cleaning the bathroom. I also listened to some of Grave Peril. That is, why do I know that name? Oh, Dresden Files. Okay. That's why I know the name. Another Jim Butcher series I have not started yet. And I don't know that I will. I don't know that the Dresden Files really interests me. I do want to read the uh what's that book's name? Has Windlass in the book. It's on my TBR. Aeronaut. I think it's Aeronaut's Windlass. Let me confirm. Yes, the Aeronaut's Windlass, the Cinder Spires series. I am interested in. The Dresden Files, I just feel like has been around too long, and I feel like I missed the boat. So I don't know. And I'm still a little salty about the ending of oh, what was the other series that I was reading by him? Calderon's Fury. I'm still a little salty about how that series ended. So I haven't started, but I do need to. I did like the writing and I liked the character work. But unfortunately I didn't like the ending of that series. So I do want to give Jim Butcher another try at some point. Lucina spent that sprint getting books together to unhaul, have 29. I have to look to one more, or for one more to make it an even 30. I do that too. Can't have an unusual number. I have to have it. It needs to be rounded. Tennille read Tigana in grade 8 for Read a Canadian Author. He's the only Canadian fantasy author I could find at the library at the time of the project. They had a very small fantasy section. Isn't that interesting how I would love if, and I'm sure that it exists somewhere out there, I would love if somebody would study libraries around the world and like how like the data behind like which genres get checked out more, because I know my boss and I chat about books frequently, and the library system that he is involved in does not have a large fantasy section. And so anytime I recommend him a story, it's usually that they don't have it or that he has a really long wait. Whereas mine, and I know it's a little different because my library system has like a ton of libraries in it, and his is very small, and so that's part of it as well. But I do think that there are certain genres that are well stocked in certain places because libraries adapt to whatever their audience, I suppose, like their what's that called? Their user base, I guess, in the community. Because I know that like Barnes and Noble started doing that. Um, I think it was before COVID. They redesigned because they were shutting down so many of their stores. They redesigned their makeup to where they would do studies on which books were being purchased at each of the Barnes Nobles, and they just made those sections slightly larger. And I just think that's really interesting to see like where are the pools of fantasy and sci-fi readers and horror readers and mystery readers around us. I think that'd be interesting to know. Jen had breakfast. I've been struggling a bit to find a book to tide me over until we start The Girl with a Thousand Faces. I started and DNF something yesterday. I hate that. I hate that like in between. It's fun because you're like, ooh, there are so many possibilities. But then if you're having a hard time finding one that grips you, it can be a little rough. I definitely see myself DNFing more during those like in between times than I do any other time. I'm excited about The Girl with a Thousand Faces. Let me check my holds to see. Last I checked, I still had 3 weeks wait, but I'm excited to get to another Sunni Dean because I really enjoyed The Book Eaters. I have so many holds on Libby. Unless I missed it. No, it's here. 3 weeks. Yeah, I still have 3 weeks. But excited to get to it whenever it comes in. Most of K is too historical for my taste. I enjoy a historical fantasy, but I feel like it has to be paired well with something. But what are we doing? Can we make up our mind? Come on. Come on. I do think it has to be paired well with something like, because maybe I'm okay with it being historical. Oh my goodness, you just left like huge piles of floof all over my desk. He's shedding like so bad. And I just vacuumed. That's cool. Um, but yeah, so I think I like historical vibes. So like the Lady Trent series is historical in a sense, but it's not historical as in like you're reliving events that have already happened. Um, so I find myself leaning towards that vibe, but I don't necessarily love when we're like reliving wars and things that actually happened. I did like it though in if you guys have ever read, what was that book? It was by H.G. Perry, The Scholar in the Last Fairy Door. It pairs, I think, World War II with a like it's an alternate fantasy world. Um, and I did enjoy that, but it didn't focus so much on the war as like the after events of the war, which is why I think I liked it. So yeah, historical is definitely something that's probably hit or miss for me depending on what it's paired with. Ashley, it's made me giggle a bunch, but not worth a billion pages. Well, I'm glad that it was funny at least. Also some racist stuff, but that doesn't surprise me with how old the book is, unfortunately. Just not worth the effort for the payoff I'm getting. Yeah, I get that. And you tried it. You tried it, so you know. Tennille, I'm planning to give Kushiel's Dart a try in August. I think it's by Jacqueline Carey. Okay. Okay, so I wasn't making up a title. I was like, why is that name in my head? For some reason, I thought it was the other author. That one, you'll have to let me know if you enjoy, because I have had people recommend it to me, and then in other videos, I've had people say, like, hey, I recommended this before, and I don't actually think you're going to like it because of something I would have said. And I haven't been paying attention to what specific items that people were recommending it for me because of, like things that I had mentioned. Um, so I am intrigued, but hesitantly so. Jen last night started the Abbey Court Murder, 1923, and I'm skipping through it. Too little investigation, too much of the perspective of the innocent woman. Interesting. Hey, if it's not working for you. So are you just like, are you skipping through to see like what the ending is then? Ashley, not a huge, or not in a huge reading mood, and didn't want to slump because of it. Yeah, totally get it. Oh my goodness, Jen. Very twirly mustaches on the villains. Yeah, I don't think I would like that. It's a little cliche. Tennille Dresden definitely has things that haven't aged well. I've heard that. At least in the first few. I liked Aeronaut's Windless, lots of improvements over both Dresden and Furies. That's why I'm excited about it, because that is his most recent, right? That's the one that's currently being published. And I don't know if he works on multiple series at a time, but I do think that's one of his newest ones. Actually, I have his stuff still open. Let us see. So Furies, the first Fury book came out in 2004. Aeronaut's Windless was published in 2015. I thought it was published, and I guess there are some Dresden Files that have just come out. 12 Months came out this year. So I guess he's still publishing the Dresden Files. With Aeronaut's Windless, I thought we were still waiting on the series to be done. And it was published in 2015. Looks like book 1.5 is published in 2023. Oh, it took him a while. And The Olympian Affair was published in 2023. Is it a duology, maybe? Or is it going to be longer than this? I don't want to read the synopsis too much because I don't want to spoil myself. But it doesn't say. Interesting. I'll have to do some digging to see if that's a. I don't think it's a finished series if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. Doing a buddy read of Cursor's Fury. later this month, and it's make or break as to whether or not I DNF the series. Yeah. I am not going to push you one way or the other because I did not enjoy the ending. It wasn't like terrible. It was fine, but I really loved the characters in the books, and I was bummed that the ending didn't do what I wanted it to do, but that's okay. The cover of The Girl with a Thousand Faces has a strong uncanny valley vibe to me. Oh, and you just can't. Oh no. I've seen which I mean this doesn't have to change your opinion. There is a I think Broken Binding is doing a cover or a release of A Girl with a Thousand Faces, and I think it's quite different than the original cover. So there are other covers out there. That's the only thing holding you back. Jen, I support DNFing Don Quixote. If you didn't love it, or if you didn't love it, it's not worth the pages. I read it in university. Lots of cruel humor and humiliation of Quixote. Oh, interesting. That's the only thing I'd heard about it, is that it's funny. I don't feel like it would be a book for me, so I've never. The only reason I would even consider picking it up is the fact that it's a classic, but I feel like there are other classics that I would rather read. I have been interested in perhaps picking up The Count of Monte Cristo again, even though I read it probably back in 2018 is when I was reading that. Maybe actually before that. So it's been a minute. It might have been a decade ago. But I've seen a couple of people read it recently, and then someone was talking about the adaptation the other day, and I really enjoyed it as well. So it has kind of made me want to think about picking it up again, but I do know when I read it physically, and it took me forever to get through. Not and I was enjoying it. Like, it was okay that it was taking forever, but I do remember like thinking this book is never going to end. Lucina, getting rid of books is such a relief. I'm like going to move again later this year, and there are so many books. Yeah, definitely. Then get rid of the ones that you don't want to like spend time moving. I actually have been so I purchased 3 books this past weekend, and my shelves are getting quite full. Even though I do have like some decorative pieces, like I have my pen board that has all of my Brandon Sanderson pens on it. I do have some fun things on my bookshelf that I could move, but I kind of like the fact that I have those elements. And honestly, I think that this shelf is just dedicated or is just going to be dedicated to Brandon Sanderson because I know I will continue to collect his stories. And so this space isn't going to be used by anyone else anyway. You gonna get down again? Okay. Goodbye. Um, but like I'm starting to have to like stack books on top of my other books. And I ran across a series, the Tamara series the other day, which I DNF'd the 3rd book, Black Powder War. And I was like, do I really want to keep these on my shelves? I'm going to wait to get rid of them until I told myself I was going to try Black Powder War again, just to make sure that I wasn't in like a funk when I read it. But yeah, that's kind of a bummer. But it does make you feel good because you're like, I have more space. Since I'm feeling open to reading almost anything, I'm going to pull a book from my unread book jar. I love that, Ashley. I hope it gives you a good one. Jen, I skim forward to where the investigator comes in, and we'll see if that bit works out better. If not, I will DNF. I want to say that I hope that it works out, but I almost just hope that it's like a quick DNF. Like you read it and you're like, yeah, this isn't for me. That way you can read something that you'll enjoy a little bit more. Jen, it's super interesting contrast to early Christie, which still feels so fresh and readable. I do think that that's interesting about Christie's and I don't read, it's not like I'm well versed in mysteries by any means, but I do feel like every time I pick up a Christie, it doesn't feel stale at all, which is interesting because a lot of her books are old. Let's see. Tennille, supposedly Cinder Spires is going to be 6 books, but he's taking his time. The title for the 3rd book has been announced. The Auroran Dilemma. It's interesting. Okay, before I go to that, 6 books, and there's only 2 published. I guess there's 3 if you count the like .5 book, but wow. And he started it in 2015. How old is Jim Busher? I feel like that's a lot. Uh, hmm. I have realized recently I've been starting more incomplete series, which I don't know that I've ever paid attention to that before. And I think the book that kind of tipped me off to the fact that this is a more common occurrence now is um, The Daughter of Crows by Mark Lawrence, because I want to read the next book in the series, and that book just came out. So clearly it's probably not going to be published for a couple of years. A year at the smallest amount of time. But I think that's both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bad thing because I'm definitely gonna have to reread the books, but I do enjoy the books, so who cares if I have to reread them? But yeah, waiting. I do think that it will help me. My spreadsheet will help me because otherwise I will forget the books that I've read and started in the series that I want to finish. I think the same thing of like Weaving Shaw that I just started this year. That's a new series, and of course the first book is published, so I have to wait. I don't like waiting. Even though I say that, and then like there's books like I have, I don't know where it is on my shelves, like the John Gwynne books, Faithful and the Fallen. I own all 4 of those, and I still haven't finished the last book. So I don't know why I care, because clearly I don't read series back to back to back. So I'm just apparently just finding something to complain about. Um, let's see. Tennille, so interesting how Christie is still so readable, but others of the time are less so. Yeah, I agree. I think it's and I also feel like her books, even though like I said, they don't feel stale, they also feel slightly nostalgic to me. They're quite cozy, a lot of her books. And I do think that a lot of books that were written in that time, I find more dry and harder to read. So yeah, it is interesting. Jen, I have the TBB book. Cover is indeed very different. The TBB book. Oh, The Broken Binding. I was like, which book? Will be interesting to see how it all plays into the story. Yeah, to see like which cover is the better representation of the story. I do think the Broken Binding is just incredible with the covers that they come up with. And I did see that one, and it's tempting. Looks like I'm starting Immortal by Sue Lynn Tan. How are you liking Tapestry Fate? Exciting for your book jar gave you a book to start. I hope you enjoy it. I am really enjoying Tapestry of Fate. I have really liked the storytelling components that are in the book that I didn't expect. I expected there to be something because the audiobook has multiple narrators in it. So I was like, why are there multiple narrators? But I love being back with Amina. I really enjoy her crew of people, and so some of the characters that you get to see again, it's very fun. So I'm having a good time with it. I'm cruising through it. Honestly, I was a little concerned because I picked this up on Friday, I think was the first day I had it. And I have a couple of books on my Libby holds that I'm like, I have to get through this, and they're new releases. So let's see. I'll share with you guys what my deadlines are. Like the Heart of the Naga, I only have for 2 more weeks. That's the main one I'm concerned with because I want to make sure I get to it. Invasive Species by Ellery Adams, I would like to get to, and I only have it for a little less than 2 more weeks. There was another one that I was concerned with. What was it? Oh, I don't know if I'll get to this one or not. It's called Mandrake's Manor or Mandrake Manor. And it is a cozy suburban fantasy that I've had recommended to me. And when I put myself on like notify me or whatever on Libby, and I got the notification, I guess I was first in line. And so I went ahead and borrowed it, and I was like, why did I do that? I have other books that I need to be focusing on, but we'll see. Lucina, you do want to read The Count of Monte Cristo. Only heard amazing things. Have you read it before, or have you seen the adaptation? What makes you interested in it? Or is it just like word of mouth, like a lot of people who have read it and enjoyed it? I really liked it when I read it. I thought it was, for being a book that is, a classic and so chonky. I was concerned that I wasn't going to enjoy it as much as I did. Um, so definitely think it's worth a read for sure. Just something that I think you have to pair with some shorter books so you don't get bogged down in the fact that it's very long. Someone was reading that lately and loved it. Was it Jamie? I don't know. Ashley, oh wait, I didn't realize Immortals. Oh no, is book 4 in a series. Yeah, you probably don't want to start there. You're gonna be like Leandra and read series out of orders or out of order. Lucina, I don't have a more space, but small progress. Hey, any progress helps. Those are books that you're not gonna have to move when you move again. Jen, I let go of Tamaraire. Really liked the first book, but it went in a very, very different direction than I expected and didn't like it. Yeah. I think that, and I know, I think we've had this conversation before because I think you didn't like the second book because of how, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think we talked about how it's very militaristic. Is that the right word? It focuses a lot on the war and politics. And I liked the second book. Maybe it was because of the setting that we were in. But the third book, Black Powder War, was literally just war focused. And I was like, I am tired of this. So I wanted it to be cozy, and I wanted it to focus on the relationship between the captain and Tamaraire, and was just kind of bummed with the fact that it was so focused on the war. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll continue with it or not. I do love the books though. The books, and they form like the Tamaraire dragon flying on the sleeve, or on the, not on the sleeve, on the spines of the books, which is lovely, but just because a book is pretty doesn't mean you should keep it. Lucina considering getting custom bookshelves made for my new place. Fingers crossed. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you that I can make that happen. I hope that you do. I desperately need another bookshelf, but I I don't know what I want to do because I don't know that I don't have enough room for another one of the ones that I have right now. This bookshelf that I have behind me, I don't think we have room for another one of those. I could put like a smaller one down here. Um, I just have to find one that fits, that suits my fancy. But it will be a while before that happens. So gotta make the bookshelf work. Tennille, he keeps writing more Dresden books because they sell better and they're shorter and easier to write. That makes sense. According to Wikipedia, butchers. Okay, 54. I know that's like a really crude question for me to ask because I don't know, I would just sit there and think about I wonder if authors do think about and we've had this conversation before on sprints, like a progression plan or a succession plan, and how many of them actually plan out the books to their end. I find that fascinating, like how different people write, because some authors I think have an ending in mind, and then they write to the ending, whereas others I feel like just make it up as they go. Um, and so yeah, I just wonder if they plan out in their head, like by this age, I want to get this book published, or this book needs to be finished, as far as just the writing of certain books. Bud, you're gonna knock over my camera. Come here. Come on. Yeah, come on. Nope. Come on. You can lay on my lap, but you don't need to be on the table. Come on. Come on. Come on. Cranky. Yeah, I know. You can be fussy. Let's see. I have, so Jen says, you've done well managing the Anna and Den books. I have like done better with that series. And I don't know if that's because I am buddy reading that series. And so we try and read them as close to publication date as possible. This one, A Trade of Blood, I will be reading hopefully before the publication date, just because we got the arc of it and I feel bad not reading it before the publication date. Um, but yeah, I've done, there are a couple of series that I do feel like I've done well keeping up with it, but most of my series I definitely have not. To Neil, it's a dilemma. If we read the new releases, the continuations won't be ready. But if we don't buy the new releases, the continuations won't get published. This is true. That is an issue for sure. And that is a struggle for me with like the because I don't tend to purchase books until after I've read them. You know, there are exceptions. Like I purchased Tapestry of Fate before I have read it. I've purchased what is it? Entwined. There are a couple of books recently that I have purchased without having read them first, but I do think about that. I actually just pre-ordered The Lord of the Wood, which is by E.M. Anderson, and uh, that's the same author of The Remarkable Retirement of Edna Fisher. And I had a conversation with myself about the fact that I should buy the new release because Edna Fisher didn't get a ton of notoriety. Like it doesn't have a ton of people that have read it. And so I want the other book to get pushed. And so the author maybe will have more opportunities to write more books because I really enjoyed the first book that I read by them. So it is definitely a conundrum that we have to think about, but you can only do what you can do. And prioritizing reading completed series now. Uh, that's I do so I'm focusing on both as far as my yearly goal goes. I want to finish 5 books that will help me get caught up with the series up until the next publication, and then I want to finish in total 5 series. So I'm trying to work on both because I do know that um, I have a lot in both categories, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. It is fortunate to have so many books that I could pick up. Ashley, looks like I'll be reading The Stranger by Harlan Coben. Always a fun and easy author for you. Lovely. I love that you picked up randomized and picked up an author that you've read from before. Jen, my copy of The Heart of the Naga is going to ship this week. Really excited about it. I am too. Every time I see it, I really want to buy it because it has such a pretty cover, and I am excited about it. I think the synopsis to it just sounds absolutely amazing. Oh, Purple Owl, you fell asleep. It's okay. I hate that though, whenever you want to read and then you just keep nodding off. I hope you get a lovely nap in and can rejuvenate yourself a little bit. Lucina, no, I only know the basics for the Count of Monte Cristo, but it sounds interesting. It is. It's a fun read, and I honestly, because of the fact that so many people have read it, it's also kind of fun to deep dive into. And I maybe this is just me, but like when I read Frankenstein, it was fun to go in and see people's like analysis of it after I'd read it, or even before. I with that one I read a couple of oh, not papers. I don't know, they're just little like articles and things about people's thoughts about the themes throughout the story. And that way when I was reading it, I could catch more. And I do think I would do that the next time I read The Count of Monte Cristo. So, very fun. I hope whenever you get to it, you love it. Jen, don't have a problem with boat books, but wow, they were on that boat forever. The sulking was too much. I can get that. I think a boat book for me, because I know a lot of people are adverse to it, and I quite like it. I think it gives the characters like they have they have all the time in the world. They kind of have to reflect a little bit, and then the dangers of being on the sea and the fact that the ocean is just a terrifying place in general. um I think I tend to like them, but I can see them getting old and tiresome as well, depending on how large the book was. Tennille, see, I'm iffy on historical and on war heavy fantasy, so I don't know if Tamara will be for me. I did get an old mass market book of book one at a little free library though. Oh, that's nice. I loved book one. And I honestly I love book two as well, but book three it just kind of went like really heavily militaristic for me and I didn't enjoy it. Um, I'm kind of like talking myself out of rereading it. But I should give it another try because when I DNF'd it in the time when I was DNFing books left and right. And so I think I was in a little bit of a slump. So I mean if you have the first book, you might as well give it a try. Unless you just unless it doesn't interest you. And then maybe give the book to someone you think will enjoy it more. Hillary got an email that the Mask of Mirrors ebook is on sale for $1.99 through Kobo. Purchase it immediately. It might be an August read. Ah, Hillary, I hope you love it. Ah, such a good series. Jin, it was so good. Yes, I hope you enjoy it. Andy is having a day. He is very unsettled. And that's what I mean about like the fireworks. Like he really doesn't act like it bothers him when they're going off, but he is definitely like up and down and following me around. So I'm not sure. He just left my office, but I'm not sure what's going on with him. I love the sad meow of I don't know what I want. Percy is also feeling restless. I think it's because of the disturbance of the fireworks last night. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Daniela. Welcome. Lizina, I'm usually bad with series, but I did manage to finish 6 this year. That's amazing. I have not finished 6 this year, so you're ahead of me. Though they were mainly duologies. Hey, still counts. By the way, I finished Oh Redemptor. It was 4 stars, but more frustrating than the first book for sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely like Raybearer more. So, my question is then, do you think you'll continue on to read The Maid and the Crocodile, or do you think you're gonna wait? Um, what do you think? I freaking love Jordan of Fueco. I can't wait until she writes more. I I will be first in line at the bookstore to buy whatever her next book is because I just love her writing. So, well guys, we are on our last sprint. Let me put up a graphic and restart the timer. So yeah, we are on our last sprint. We're going to do another hour. Let's see. I will read The Maid and the Crocodile for sure. Probably not anytime soon. Yeah, take your time. And you don't need to read them. Like, I think reading the first two first will give you some context in some of the things that are happening in the background in Maid and the Crocodile, but it's not necessary. So even if you forget some things, like, you'll be fine waiting for a minute to pick it up. I do think I'm going to be off camera again because I need to get some more meal prepping done and finish vacuuming. I vacuumed the top level of our house, but I need to vacuum the main level. So that will probably get done. And then I need to, yeah, cook some. I think I'm gonna do Korean beef, and maybe that's it. Maybe do some cleaning. We'll see. I'll keep reading Tapestry of Fate, see how long or see how much I can get to in this next sprint. But if you guys have to leave me, I hope you have a good day. But if you're going to stay around, I would love to chat with you guys after our last sprint. I hope you are productive. Go take care of yourself. Get some sustenance in you. Drink some water, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, and welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know how you guys did, what you got up to. I ended up meal prepping 2 different meals. So I made some Korean beef and some shrimp udon. So, and that's it. That's what I got done. I also got to page 240 in the Tapestry of Fate. So I am just under 50%. I think what I'll do, because I'm in the middle of a chapter, I think I'll finish this chapter and then maybe move on to a different read for today, because that will be about 100 pages that I've read from Amina today. And so I think I might switch over to maybe a little novella. I want to read the book 4.5 in the Innkeeper Chronicles I currently have on my TBR. And so I might read that while I'm doing some house cleaning and doing some laundry. I think I need to go to the grocery store, unfortunately, and grab a couple of ingredients that I left off this morning. So that might be in my near future as well. I do think it's not as hot here. I don't know. My watch is 86 degrees. It's not as hot as it has been, but I kind of wanted to ride my bike. I don't know if I'll do that. I might do an inside workout at some point. And then, of course, I need to get some recording done. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. Let's see what you guys got up to. Let's see. Lucina had lunch. Now off to the watch party for the library. I hope you guys have fun at that watch party. Meal prep 2 is cooling for Tennille. The bathroom's clean, had a shower, and off to the watch party for the Mysterious Spirit Styles. I hope you guys have fun. I have not watched the adaptation for that, and I need to. Usually, our sprints, the library's watch parties, don't overlap, but we had a couple of chatty sessions today that went a little bit long. So I hope you guys enjoy. Carpe Demon read 65 pages of Asher and had lunch. Cuban sandwiches. That sounds delicious. Did some housework, some dishes, cleaned the bathroom, started some laundry. I need to do all of those things. And now you really just want to sit down and read. I hope you get to. Isra, not a lot of reading was done today. Work was a bit hectic, but hopefully I'll get more read this evening. Fingers crossed that you can get some reading done. Sometimes, work happens. It's not as kind of laid back as you want it to be. So I hope you get to enjoy this evening. Hillary made it to 59% in Feybound and loving it. You're flying through that book. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Oh, Purple Owl, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Jen finished your skim. I'll call it a DNF on Storygraph. I'm glad that it's done. But it'll come off my TBR all the same. Exactly. Another book. Another one bites the dust. And you can focus on, I don't know if you'll pick up another book before picking up The Girl with a Thousand Faces, or if you're gonna maybe have a couple of chill days prior to picking it up, because you guys are starting on Wednesday, right? I think you said midweek. I haven't read all of the messages, but I think that's what the consensus will be. I'll be behind you guys, but I'm excited to hear all your guys' thoughts on the book. Bethany went to the bookstore to pick up the Tawny Man books and had banana bread and iced coffee. That sounds delectable. A lovely afternoon. Isra, thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here. And yes, so I will post the blistering bonus if you guys are doing that prompt in the description. I'll also have it on the Discord. And I am intrigued to see all of your guys' playlists if you guys do decide to create a playlist for whatever book you are picking up for Sun on the Cover. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me this Sunday. It's been a blast. I've gotten a lot done. I always, you always have more to do, but you guys help me check off a lot of things on my checklist. So I appreciate you guys being here with me. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend, a safe rest of your weekend for those of you who are still celebrating the 4th of July. But yeah, I hope that you guys have a good rest of your week and a good start to the week. Jen, starting midweek. Okay, have a couple of other books still in progress. Need to make sure I don't swerve my mood to something completely different than the plan. I get it. You're funneling towards the book that you want to read. I hope it works out. Yes. Yeah, be well all. I hope you guys have a good week. And I will see you around the interwebs somewhere. Have a good day.